All right, all right. Hello, hello. Hope you're doing well today. Welcome to my workshop. Going to be working on some diamond painting pins today, and they're going to be called Lavender Dreams. Right? I think so. Yeah, Lavender Dreams. That was right. Good to go. Good to go. Abby does the colors and the naming. I'll sometimes help out with that, but that's usually a her thing. Uh, Larby, hello. How you doing? Let's hop over to the wood lathe and we'll just go ahead and get started. Is that going to make up for some time spent doing other stuff yesterday? That'll be okay. A little bit further. I could put like a laser or something right there. That way I could see actually what it was. Nice. Put a wasp in here. My goodness. What a way to start that, huh? With a wasp just coming here. Oh, golly. Why does it feel like it's low? It's weird. Sorry about that. That's good enough. All right, let's get to it. Oh, yeah, I'll show you what they look like. I mean, you'll see a whole bunch of them, but this is what they look like. Got some blue, purple, and glitter in there. Yes, very nice. They're all drilled, ready for me to work on them. But yeah, I suppose it'll be as similar to the other times as when you know, I'll just keep turning for a while and then kind of see how it goes. Every Monday, well, every time I'm turning diamond painting things, I have to re-find what I'm usually leaving here, but okay. Guess we'll use the sanded ones. Yeah, right. Ah, there you are. Anybody working on anything today? Or at work today? That's the one. Okay. Hey Michael, what's up, man? Yeah, it does feel like it's been a little bit, huh? Good question. For resin casting pine cones, do you need to stabilize it? Do you need to use a pressure? It's a good question. So, pine cones are wet. Any wetness mixed with resin does not do well. So stabilized would be ideal, but dry would work. One of the problems is that the space in between the fibers could generate bubbles, or because the pine cones have the shapes that they do, it's like a different pine cone leaflet type of things that hang out. The spikies, they'll trap air sometimes as well, so might be in the best interest to try and mix the pine cone into the resin, being able to like move it inside. Let's see. Do you need a pressure pot? No, but you should for resin casting. But there are slow set resins that you might have to babysit a bit to torch off bubbles from the top. But hybrid casting I would for sure, but hey Robert. Let's see. The dry, right on. Should be good. Let's see, what am I doing? I am turning diamond painting handles, craft handles. Stuff you use is deep core resin. Yeah, we've used some of the deep core. We started with Turtle Boat, but we got a different kind at the time that, like when we first started, we just got the wrong resin. Really, is what it really amounts to, because you don't really want to use that. But it depends on really what it is that you're trying to do. Are you trying to make pin blanks out of it? Oh, no, I'm not down. Appreciate it though. No, it was just quiet, and I had the WoW updates coming up. I was listening to that. Usually I just have tunes on. I'm not talking about anything I'm interested in. It's just, it was quiet part of the stream, and so I was like, might as well. But I turned it off. So I'm good now, man. Let's see. Robert, how you doing? Can you make 10 blank mold or square blank molds from... yeah, you could. You can also... PVC will work. If you have silicone, it'll be the best to get it out, depending on the types of blanks that you're making. Like a super simple tray is a silicone tray that are pretty inexpensive. But because you're going to be casting pine cones, it would be best to do a bigger one, a little bit of a bigger mold, because you don't want to have to cut the pine cones into tiny little pieces in order to fit into like a single square pin blank. MDF and HDPE are different types of plastic that are used. For example, like cutting boards is a different type of plastic than, say, like you know, this, which is a urethane. So high density. I don't know exactly what it stands for. But yeah, some of those things are like on cutting boards, and the reason you use that for resin is because it doesn't stick to it as much as it would some other surfaces because of how it is. So that's why people use those particular plastics as well as silicone, because it doesn't stick as much. But even if you do use silicone, we still use something that's called mold release. So you want to make sure that you spray that as well. But yeah, so Michael, if you were making like a one-time use thing, or even a multi-use thing, you could get away with doing like if you did not a tongue and groove, but like a channel lock sort of thing. If you're able to do that, I suppose a tongue and groove would be good, would work for a single purpose. But let's see. There's really a lot of container. Like essentially, you could use a container like this, but you would end up with a lot of wasted because it's not perfectly flat everywhere. So you want to make sure that you get something that's pretty on par with what it is that you're trying to shape. Let's see. I want to make a 6x4, like 1x6. Yeah. So, I mean, I'll be honest. If you're looking at doing that, honestly, it's probably, well, never mind. You're not in the U.S., are you? Well, even still, I would still price compare, because there are blank molds that you can see on like Etsy, on Amazon, on all kinds of all the different types of platforms. And then you don't even need to make them. If you had a 3D printer, you could basically design whatever you wanted it to be, and then that would be what you could use to make the silicone mold. That is, you wouldn't use the 3D printed filament. You would make a silicone mold out of that, using it as a negative. If that makes sense. Barry Cooper, how you doing? HDPE and pre-made blanks are yeah, I believe it. And that's why a lot of people, they stick with timber. And if I were a betting man, I think wood will make a reappearance. Might not be this year, next year, but I think wood will come back and not take over, but I do think it would come back, and people will find that quite classy. 13 blanks when you got it to less than $20. Right on. That's a good deal. Hey, what's up, Mike? How you doing? How's your pen making coming? You opened your business up yet? For pen make? For pens? But yes, if you really wanted to be cheap, what you could do as well is wood, and then you would do, well, that works for silicone, not for resin. Never mind. But if you were doing a silicone one, you could just use tape on the wood. And that's how you build that around whatever it is that you want to get cast in the silicone. For a lot. Nice. Well, I'll throw this out there. If you do want to be able to see the pine cones, you'll want to factor that into your color selection and opacity. So depending on how much you want to be seen, like for example for the cordite blanks, you don't want to see like any of the part that's not cut, you know? So you wouldn't want to use a transparent for cordite, because then you would see like the outers of the cutoffs, and that just doesn't look very good. Hey, yep, who? Everybody. Y'all are awesome. But yeah, the resin stuff is something that Abby and I, we figured out, but Alumilite, and we're not sponsored by Alumilite, I'll go ahead and mention that, but we just buy it for our pen blanks. And the reason we do is because it turns a little easier, but also polishes nice too. So it's kind of that in between, because some resins, they'll cure harder, and they will be like chippy, to where you're turning them, and it'll like feel like you're turning glass. Is kind of how I think of it. I've never turned glass, but that's what I imagine it would be. Carlos, how you doing? Lavender Dreams, right on. Looking forward to another bit of the Japanese plane build today. Oh man. I was going to say something, but it would not be good. So I am not. I'm not going to say it. Let's see. I mean, it is historical. Is it one of those historical planes? I guess it's educational. So I still won't say it, but... Blanket, oh no, it'll be fine. Sometimes I think people like try to overdo the colors, and it does end up mixing up too much. So if the resin is thick, it won't mix as much as it would as if it was thinner. So just kind of keep that in mind when you have it in the cups or whatever, however you plan on pouring them. But yeah, just kind of keep that in mind. And then slow setting, I would use even fewer colors, honestly, because the slow setting stuff, especially when you're doing a hybrid of sorts with the pine cone, Boom. Anyway, I was going to say that some of the Japanese planes didn't have landing gear. There. And I'll let you put it together. You did pour a blank with clear resin and crayons? You haven't turned it yet, have you? Let's see. Colored pencils and resin, and also layers of denim. Yeah, that's what micarta is. Micarta is a fabric, really. So denim could be a part of the fabric that is used, or can be one of the fabrics that is used, I suppose. Let's see. I've got some that are rounded. Yeah, I've got some square too. And then I can show you one of the problems with micarta. if you don't have a good structure on it. So this is micarta, and it's a fabric kind of like the denim that you're talking about. You can see kind of the frayed spot right here. But one of the problems that you can run into is it's separating at a layer, which is not the end of the world, right? Because you could just have it for a different size or a different project or a different part of a project, or you could really just put it back together, and then when you're drilling, make sure that you're drilling, like, say from here this way or from here this way. That way you know, not that big a deal. Let's see. But yeah, this is micarta, and then what was the other stuff that you mentioned? Colored pencils. Yeah, that does work pretty well. Although I will say, if you wanted to kind of see what you would end up with before doing it, I'd take a look at Turner's Warehouse. I think they have pen blanks sometimes, or just look at a pen that's already done, like a colored pencil pen blank or something like that. Yeah. Well, have you ever heard of a kamikaze pilot? So I guess I'll take this to informational purpose. So kamikaze pilots, they took off with landing gear on their planes, but to maximize the payload and the distance and range and all of that, they would have the landing gear just fall right off after they took off. And so that's one of the strategies that was used in order to maximize the payload. Yeah. And so when you were saying you were working on one of those planes, I was going to say something to the effect that that's one less thing that you would have to do if it was modeled after one of those. And there's some books out there that talk about that type of stuff, and like how fiercely loyal they were to what it was, or it could even be just how it was portrayed too. I don't know. All you can do is read stories. But yeah, back to my Carta. The crayons. Yeah, the crayons. I wouldn't do that because crayons are pretty thick, and you would be relying on the crayons to hold together with little bits of resin throughout. So if you want to try it, I'd definitely try it. I would just protect your face when you're turning it, because I would guess that it would not stay together. But it could work. I don't want to be the one that was like, no, it won't work, and then you do it. It's the next $1 million idea. Although I don't think it would be. Yeah, it'll be fun. I tried jawbreakers in a bowl, and that was the only ball that flew off the lathe. And it was because the connection from, well, it wasn't a big enough resin connection to the rest of the resin, if that makes sense. You gotta think about it in layers. Like, are you familiar with like how concrete used to be made, or how roads used to be made? That's a pretty good analogy. So the way that they used to make roads is they would flatten it, then they'd put gravel on it, and not necessarily this exact sequence, right? But what they did is they made space with like bigger rocks, and they would fill those spaces with like mud and dirt and everything, and then they would use finer rocks, and then they would do the same thing. And it would be a few times of them doing that, and that's how they made roads. Now it's more pre-mixed with like some of the rocks displacing some of the gravel and the tar and stuff. Like, I'm sure you've been on the highway where you felt the road is like, I don't know, almost grindy sounding versus smooth. Like a fresh paved road is nice and smooth, but halfway through it's rough because it's that rougher layer of rock that's on the ground. And until they come back through with like the top covering of the concrete, it's just going to be that way. So if you think about that, and then you apply similar concepts to resin, and how when you're putting stuff inside of resin, for example, we put, I cut up little pieces of blank, or I cut up a blank into tiny little pieces, into little circles, and what happened was we got bubbles one way and we didn't get bubbles the other way. And when I say one way is we had all the stuff already sitting in the mold, and then we tried it when we put the material inside the resin, stirred it, and then poured it into the mold. Now with that, you got to be careful with the amount of resin you put in, because the ratio resin to material might be odd as well. Meaning that the stuff that you're adding to it will sink most likely to the bottom or float to the top. So in order to make all of that happen, it has to all be in the resin, and you want it all the way up to the top to make sure that you get whatever it is that you're putting in there throughout the blank that you're making. And again, it's like the gravel and then the top coat, where you're filling those voids and spaces. And you need enough of the filler, the resin part, to make sure that it all holds together. So you'll have to try it out probably a couple times to find the right balance of, you know, packing as much of the colored pencil, crayon, pine cone, whatever it is that you're putting in there, to resin. And you know, that's one of the beauties of it, is like you can put like 2 flower petals that are dried or something in there, or you can just cram it with a whole bunch of flower petals, and like that's the awesomeness of it. So we did a lot of experiments. Oh, I can actually show you a prime example of this. Alrighty. So here is basically a little bowl blank here. So when you are casting in a pressure pot, just leave it in the cup and put it in there. If it's a cool color, I guess. And if you have a decent amount. So you can use this for something else. But the thing that I wanted to point out is that you can see like that these dolphin glitters throughout, but most of them sank. And you can also see some of the pigment here, this lighter blue here, those are pigments that sank to the bottom. And this was in a mixing cup, so this isn't actually what got poured into the blank. But this is the cup that it was in while it was getting poured. So if you want to make glitter also be floating, if it is a sinking type of glitter, then you'll have to pour it when it's hotter, or more viscous, more thick. And that'll help it at least slow its descent, so it will harden or cure before it gets all the way to the bottom. So as far as sequencing goes, that could be the last thing that you poured in there. That way that they would just kind of go down, depending on the heat and all that jazz. And I talk about all those other like little contingencies and nuances because I don't want you to go out and do it and then be like, it didn't work. Well, there's a lot of other variables, and those are the things that I'm going to ask you about if you want me to try and figure out what it was that happened. So those are the things that I would immediately inquire about. But yeah, if you are putting a crayon something onto something like that, so I'm thinking about melting the crayon. So if you had the outer diameter of a blank trimmed down a little bit more so than you wanted it to be, then you could melt wax and drip it on there, and then it would just kind of go over and have a drip on one side. Or you could even do a vertical and then like slowly tilt it back and forth to kind of get the drips right where you want it. And then you can cover it with like a, well, you'd want to trim it probably. I don't know. See? All kinds of ideas just flying out. But if I had one suggestion as you adventure through resin and blank making and all the different types of resin pouring stuff, I would recommend starting by having a reference book that you are writing the procedures that you did. So if we think about them as like meals, right? You think of the blank making as a meal. You're going to look at like the recipe book, and you're going to see the times, and you're going to see the all kinds of stuff. So having a recipe book will lend itself to repeatability. So just kind of something to think about. And then also, even better if you can have a picture as a part of that recipe book to see the outcome and the sequence that you did it. That way you will also know how you did it, and then if it's something that you wanted to repeat, or I'll tell you this from my point of view, as it does not relate to blank making, but other instrument making. And if I start doing something, I will get pretty far into it, and then I'll forget how I got to that point, or the best sequence of how I got to that point, and so I have to try it again. So now I can just go back and watch one of my videos if there was something specific. I mean, I've got all the notes and stuff, but just saying, that is another way to like I guess show progress, show like where you began, kind of thing. I don't know. Yeah, jawbreakers. It didn't work, but I had another idea of how to do it again, but sometimes I just shelf the idea. And I've talked about that quite a bit. I'll shelf a lot of ideas. If I start making progress on one, I'll shelf it for a while, and then I'll learn a little bit more over time, and then I'll figure it out what I want that project to become. What sounds fun? I was talking about keeping a ledger of what you did. Yeah, well, that's one of those things too, is you can take a leap of faith and try to start your own biz, and then you unlock some capital, then you have the business plan, all that jazz, and know that it's going to take a little bit of time to learn, but then once you do, you've been working on the social medias already to gain that exposure and traction, and so you know that that leap of faith will work, and so it becomes not as much of a leap of faith, it's because you know it's going to work. And it sounds like if the blanks are quite scarce there, then you might have a pretty open market, wouldn't you think? Because if you calculated how much does it cost to get a blank to where you are? Like one, say it's a $20 blank and it's coming from the East Coast. Then I wonder how much it would be to get to you, maybe $40. And so if you started making blanks that were pretty good, then you would be there. And for them to avoid paying $40 on blanks, the people that want the blanks where you're from will pay you like potentially up to $30 if they're really good blanks, you know? And that is where the mindset shift kind of comes into play. You could buy them, some of them, but they're expensive. Random color blanks would be from 7 to 20. There you go. Pay attention to what the ones are that are selling for 20. Pay attention to what's happening with those, how they feel, how they turn. Heck, buy one. Buy one and see what it's like. And see if you can put your own flair on it. I'm not saying copy their blanks, but I am saying that figure out how they feel, how they turn, how they, you know, do they have the properties that you would want to work with on a pen? Like if you were the maker. So you just think about it like that. Yeah. And see, that's the other crazy thing in my mind is I wouldn't pay a lot for a coffee bean blank because I don't really want one. What was that? Oh, okay. Here, I'll come finish that. Just 1 second. Sorry, we're closing up a pressure pot right quick. Uh-oh. I wonder if it's the inlet. You see that? Make sure that's tight. Oh, and we don't go past 60. Just take a look at it when you get to that point, okay? Or when it turns off, I mean. Sweet. But yeah, I don't know. Some people like it, right? Some people don't care, and some people are totally opposed. Just know that whatever it is that you go for, you will have people that are like super on board, and you'll have other people that are not. And just know that that's the way it goes. It's just the way it goes. But, like I said, what I hear from that is that you have found a hole in the market, and that potentially if you wanted to get really into blank making, that's a prime opportunity. But not everybody wants that. So, there we go. Perfect. All right. I will be right back. Hey, Ab, you wanna be here for a sec? What? You come here for a sec, or you want me to be right back? What? Thank you. I'll be back. Just a minute. Whoop. I'll have Ab. Oh no. Oh, I'm all coming. Oh lordy. There you go. You can click on the vertical.
Will you turn Morty off, I guess, if we're going to be gone for a minute? Hi, everyone. Hi, Michael. I'm going to read the chat. Okay.
Making the pinecone blank.
Making the honeycomb ones?
Making pinecone blanks.
Pinecone blanks. True. I hate doing blanks like that. We've tried a few things. We definitely tried the coffee bean kind of blanks at the beginning. I think I tried some of the chunkier flowers and stuff like that. And they do look cool. It's not my personal favorite effect when it's turned, but I do also know that for turners, so like on John's side, can be a pain when things like chip out. They like to chip out when you've got stuff like that in there that's not going to absorb the resin. And then for me, I do all of our finishing. And if you put anything in the resin at all, really, other than like very thin, fine glitters, you're going to risk of having kind of voids that have to be filled, or having stuff chip out, or bubbles, because having those bigger things tends to like trap bubbles in the resin. So people definitely buy them. People like the look of them. I don't like doing them personally, but yeah. Let's see, resin costs for projects that don't work. Oh, we have had many a project that didn't work, and it does always suck feeling like you wasted resin. I've had it happen to me a few times recently this summer, where entire batches of blanks, it like the temperature was so hot that I didn't have time to get it poured before it started solidifying. And so I had it, then you get a bunch of bubbles. But yeah, blanks are fun. You can do all kinds of stuff with it. And I do encourage trialing stuff one way or the other. Are you a turner as well, or do you just make blanks? That would be my question for you. Have you ever tried to get the company you use to sponsor the channel? Like the company of Resin, or because we use a lot of different companies worth of like tools and things. Because I don't make videos of me using the resin, I'm not sure that they would want to sponsor John's channel, because he's, this is really like all of his turning: pin turner, wood turner, and live age ruler. Okay, cool. Very cool. Yeah, the resin company. So we use Alumilite. We probably could get a code. I'd have to email them, but I doubt they do like a full sponsor, because that's not what I share personally. You know what I mean? Like I don't particularly like being on camera or doing videos. This is John's. The live streams are John's thing, and so he just does the turning. So yeah, there are a few videos up of me doing resin stuff, but that's not something that I do a lot of. John does lives. That's where the marketing is. Yeah. We're hoping that maybe, I don't know, maybe some other tool or thing that he uses, that would be awesome if they wanted to support us. Like, he uses the Easy Wood tools, and he's got a jet lathe, although he wants a new lathe. But yeah, it's I think I'd have to share more of actually using the resin if I was asking for something like that. So we don't do a ton of woodworking around here. John does a few wood projects. But yeah, 90% of what we do is red or more is Alumilite resin, and he does all the turning and I do all of the pouring and finishing. But it's good to experiment if you're just getting into resin and trying to figure out what you like. Oh, I'm going back to the beginning now. I don't know if people stabilize pine cones. For blanks that are being turned, there are other craft resins that you can use, like epoxies that some people do use. However, those are not what is recommended for turning or what people prefer for turning. Almost every turner that we know, at least pin turner, uses either Alumilite blanks, or there's a thermoset urethane, and then there's a few people that use liquid diamonds, which I'm actually not sure if that's an epoxy or a urethane, but Alumilite, urethane resin in general, is what is preferred for turning. It turns better than what some of the other stuff. Like we used epoxy in the beginning, something like the deep pour epoxy. So that's the amazing something other from Alumilite. We tried Total Boat, stuff like that, and it does not turn the same, and it doesn't really finish the same either. So yeah. And then for block molds, HDP is what we use for block molds. But I don't do block molds super often, but I do have a variety of sizes. For pin blanks, which wouldn't work for pine cones, but I use the P-Town Subby vertical silicone molds.
Purple. White purple.
Yes, it's purple and gold. Anyways, I'm just going back and reading your stuff. Hi, is it George or is it Jorge? Nice to see you either way. Talking about blanks a little bit.
Yeah.
Pine cones cut off, 6 different colors. I would start more simple than that, personally. Because the big thing with resin is getting the temperature right so that you get separation. Because if you're doing 6 colors, which I frequently do, lots of pours with a bunch of colors, you need to wait for the temperature. Show them feet. I have tennis shoes on. No, see. My big old tennis shoes. No feet for you. Unless you like tennis shoes. Wouldn't have my feet out here in the workshop anyways.
That'd be dangerous.
I'm not sure that it would really be. My leg's been spinning the whole time. Well, it was nice talking to you, Michael. If you have any other questions for the resin stuff, you can ask, and I will come up with and answer.
We should accumulate a list of the top asked questions.
Yeah.
And then you could do a vid on that. What?
Yeah. So you have to find somewhere that you can like announce that for the people that want their questions answered in there.
Yeah. Sorry about nightly 357. Didn't care. Didn't care. Didn't pay one bit. Alrighty. Boom. There. I think that'll be okay. Wait. A little crooked though. Why is it crooked? Oh. This. Ah. So, all up in your face. Yeah, that's good. That's good. Let's get back to it. Does anybody else practice cursive? my kids write cursive. I have them practice pretty often, and it's I practice as well. Takes a lot of patience, though. And repetitions and muscle memory and all that. My favorite material to work with. I like resin. I like resin. And the reason I like resin is because it's pretty consistent, like as far as resin goes. And then on the other hand, turning different types of wood blanks is you get a lot of different variation. And you can get variation with resin blanks depending on the type of resin that you use. And what you put in there. But yeah. What about you? I bet these are going to end up being easy to sand too. Where is what, sir? Alright, just a little honeycomb action in this, and then we'll be good to go. Boom. Boom. Got some custom ones in here? Got some commission ones in here, huh? Commission ones in here? Custom ones in here? Commission ones? Excuse me. All right, working on a little custom right. Go. Are they all ones? Hey, they're 3-bump ones.
What?
They're all 3-bumper ones?
Yeah.
Cool.
Except for that one.
Oh. Mine. Oh, what? Yeah, there you go. Let's see, do I change it or rotate it? Swapping carbides or rotating carbide. Feels good. Didn't even need the other one. Another box. New carbides are very sharp. Oh yeah. That's so crazy. Like how shiny this stayed. It's because of the new cutter. At least the cutter side. That's nice. You want to show it off or you want me to? Alright. Abby just finished this baby up. Nice. Have to clean off the threads, but that's no worry. Very nice. Good job. It looks good. What? It did. It did indeed. Looks very cool. No, rude. Some of these print files, I just wonder why. Not only why they exist, but why did we print it? You know what's weird that I guess it's just weird for me, but something that I find strange is that when someone places an order for the same thing but in different colors, I am nervous because I want to make sure that it's like, you know, the same. At least same as possible. And when you're doing something like this, it's all done free-handed, so I don't have like the luxury of like tracing or anything like that. But just kind of thinking about it, this person that placed this order really likes the size and shape of our large regular length pins. and they ordered multiple, and obviously it's a good thing. I love that, but I always get a little nervous. I'm like, oh, I gotta make it right, same way every time. Now, I do pretty much the same shapes. I have 40 different shapes up here that I do. And some of the shapes depend on the size. But this is the standard one that we made from like the very beginning. This is what put us on the diamond painting pin board, so to speak. We literally did the same shape for like a year. So okay, to be fair, we did the same shapes, but not on the same lengths or diameter. Yeah. So the blanks would start at different points, but it was typically the regular 3 bumper, or the the interpretation of the 3 bump pin is what they call it in the biz. But yeah. And then the larges that are almost 6 inches, we did for I did $4. But I'll do 3 on the regular, or 4 on the regulars too. Not like, just thought it would be easier for differentiating purposes. And then to take it one more step for this particular set, there's actually one more. It's a 1. Christopher, how you doing? Oh yeah, that looks pretty much the same. Do we want to see? Let's see. Repeatability. What are we looking at? One's a little bit bigger, huh? Well, we were close. I forgot I had a new carbide on there. I went right in. Come on now. There you go. If you have ever tried turning something, like spindle turning and having it symmetrical, and you try to do that all the time, you get better at it, but I still have not perfected it. Although I'm a lot better than I used to be. But even when you measure everything, like the slope angle is, might be slightly different. This grip portion where the fingers will rest in will be slightly different. And it just has to do with like the slopes and curve, all that stuff. Hey, how you doing? I wanted to say Julio, but Julio? I'm sorry. What up, GG? G squared? I don't know. Oh, huh. I kind of forgot. But the reason I haven't been streaming in a little bit or I didn't stream this past weekend or the end of last week, was because I had a wedding that I was a part of, so we had to do a whole bit of rehearsal and then the stuff. So, yeah. And then when my dad comes over, I work like extra hard. It's funny. Like, my productivity goes, whoa, that's so cool. Whoa. I like that. Anyway, I guess that could be why I sound a little quieter. Congested even, maybe? I don't know. I feel fine. A little foggy, but I think that just has to do with water. But yeah, I should do some boom. Okay, this is a different shape. 21. And see, this is where it also gets interesting, because for this particular shape, I do my center mark, and I have found that this is the best way to do it, is basically you find your midpoint. Let's do this. Where's my little ruler here? Yeah, whatever, this will work. Okay. Bum, bum, bum. Yes. Okay. So you can see like a 1/4 inch and then another 3/8 of an inch and then a 1/4 inch and then another 3/8 of an inch. So it is just 2 ticks past, and this is the midline right where I was. So boom. So that is in fact the middle there. But for this one, I have to do a mark here and then another mark over here. And then I have to make sure that when I'm going in for the shape, that I maintain the symmetry of it. So, I can't even see I can't see those marks. Let's see. Right there. There. Now I can see that. But, so we want to make this 1/3, this 1/3, this 1/3, but it looks like this one's going to be bigger initially, and that is until we come in here. And then you break it into a third. And then you do the same thing over here. Right, a little bit off. But let's take a look anyway. So let's see, 1 3/4, 1, yeah. No, we actually did it right on. Let's do this. Yeah. Nice. Anywho, when you try to do measurements like that, it becomes, in my opinion, it becomes less like, I don't know, when you put measurements to certain things, it kind of limits parameters, I would say. Which is pretty cool at the same time. Like, if you think about it, if you didn't have like any parameters to operate within, then you would be able to do anything that you wanted at any point in time. However, there are like parameters. So for example, in this case, my blank is 5 inches or so, 5.5 inches. And the parameters I have is, I can go like right here, but I can't take that too deep. Everything else inside is the canvas, pretty much. And then if you think about it like that, now you have like a 3-dimensional canvas, because you're able to shape something. So that's pretty neat, and it gives the artist of the blank, as well as the turner, the opportunity to try and reveal the blank in a way that they see fit. like, I've got another pretty good example of like an expensive pen that I got, and it has minor imperfections because it was made the way that it was, and it's from a big company and everything too. So it's not like the company doesn't know what they're doing, but because you have someone that's doing part of it, you can tell if you know what you're looking for. There'll be certain areas that will, you know, show that it's a little bit different because it was handmade versus injection molded. Right. And then the honeycombs, I used to begin right in the middle. However, now I start on one side and then the other side, and this middle bar is the middle. And if you're wondering, there is 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. There's 6 that I do. My goodness. Oh, it's under the caliper. You almost don't need to sand that. It is. Such a much slower process too. You gotta turn it a lot slower. Not speed-wise, but how much material you're taking off. And then on the other hand, when I'm making, you know, the weekly drop of pens, I don't worry as much about them being exactly the same. I I mean, obviously, I want them the same, right? That's my goal. That's my target every single time, is to make them the shape that they're supposed to be. But you know, I don't have like that pressure almost of you know, needing to do it the exact same, or feeling like I need to do it the exact same. Something else that I thought is actually putting like a ruler here, like, I don't know, somehow off the end of this, or maybe doing marks that don't actually leave a dent in the tool rest, because that would also help instead, you know. Because I do my best, right? But sometimes colors appear a little differently, and sometimes they seem like they're the wrong size, but they're the right size and stuff like that. Or as things start getting skinnier, they look longer. And same thing where if it stays thick, it looks shorter. Talk about blanks, by the way. Like if I was just to make this spot here skinny, it's not that it's actually skinny because this is the size it's going to end up being. However, by comparison, over here, it looks a lot bigger. And so these are about the same size here. All right, that said 1381, 1386. So 1381 and 1386 on the smallest portion of the grip right here. All I'm trying to point out is that it looks different. And when you're doing the markings, that can throw off your measurements. And that's a part of why people measure. So I was 0.05 off. Hey, what's up, Vinny? Been a little bit. I was at a wedding, doing the wedding rehearsal and stuff. So that's why I didn't stream. And then, let's see, yesterday was busy. I was trying to get as much, or many fountain pens as I could. Because Abby wanted a whole bunch of pins to sand for the San Francisco show. And so, we got like 6 or 7 more stratified done, and it was a lot. I probably finished around, oh Lord, 12, 17, maybe 20 yesterday. I did all the shaping of the caps, barrels, and sections of 20 pins. That was a lot. I don't know how some people make as many as they do. But like if I was going hard and I had, well, I mean, everything lined up, you know. Yeah, show prep stuff. I made these into fountain pens too. That's one of the things that we've been doing is when Abby makes the diamond painting pin blanks, we've been making fountain pens out of a couple of the extra ones. We were working on the design of our show pin, and I think I'm going to do that as a video instead of a live. That way, when we win the challenge, you'll be able to go back and watch the video of how it was made. I just think that kind of adds a cool element to it. So that was what I was going to do instead of live streaming it. But we did pencil it out, get the materials all set up for it. So I have to do that this week as well. But the video might not be done until after after the show or something like that. My goodness, this like the new carbide. It leaves a nice smooth finish, but my goodness, it's touchy. But yeah, we gotta win. And the way that you win is you raise the most money for the reef relief. From my understanding. At least that's how it was in the past, where it was like an auction kind of thing. But as far as show prep goes, we got a 3D printer that we've been printing like travel trays for her to take and be able to have a display. She'll be sharing a table with Bart from Zodiac Pens, if you've ever heard of Zodiac Pens. He's a really good dude. Yeah, good pen maker. His cool thing that he does is he does the astrological.
She did okay though. She just need that one body. She okayed all the custom. That one body.
Yes. Do you want me to remake the body now? Huh? Okay. I was going to finish the regulars and then work on wood. What else do you want me to work on then? That's a lot of DPs. Oh, this week? Oh, dang. Yes. Gonna be late nights here.
I don't really need any more fountains. I need all the everything other than that one body.
Perfect. All right, so that's exciting news. Let me update my board. So diamond painting pins times 2. Put it up here times 2 batch. Perfect. Okay, I will be chained to the lathe until, you see this? See how this happens? Now, I'm confined to this. I wouldn't want it any other way. Some more way in. But yeah, as you can tell, there's a lot of stuff going on and yeah, just busy times, but we like it. We like it. It's fun. I think something that we do, that Abby and I specifically do for that is paid dividends. Not literally paid dividends, but on our sanity it has, is we're very particular about the customs that we take. Like if we're interested in said project, we might take it on, but we're very choosy about what we take on as projects. So I know starting off it can be hard to not do that. Like you want to cater to every single person. And this is coming from one maker to a fellow maker or somebody that is interested in that area of stuff. So that's kind of where I'm talking from. And the way that we did it, it was more of a, we used to say yes to like everything, and that's just not the way that you want to do it. I'll be honest. You don't want to be a yes to everything. Yeah. So you just set a certain thing, and then that's kind of where you stay. And then you see how that works for a little bit, and then you make little adjustments. So, you know, once upon a time, we were making like 75 to 100 pins a week. And while that's a lot, it really takes its toll on you because you're out here doing this. And each diamond painting pin, like, you see how long it takes me to turn them, but what you don't see really is the sanding. You don't see like the making of the blanks. You don't see having to wait for it in the pressure pot, the ordering of all those stuff and materials to continuously make that still happen, and all these types of things that most people, you just see a cool blank and you're like, ooh, I like that. And you know, that's perfectly fine if that is as far as you even want to go with it, but it's one of those things that there's a lot more to it than me spending like, I don't know, 7 to 10 minutes turning each one of them. Because we do, like, if you just mathed out the turning portion, then it probably wouldn't seem like a whole lot of work goes into it. Like, it takes me about, as far as the work that I put into each diamond painting pin, it ends up being around, if it takes me 10 minutes to turn, and it takes, like, demolding takes another minute or less. We'll just say a minute for the sake of that. So a minute to demold, a minute to do that. As far as what I'm doing, when they get marked, and they get drilled, which is another minute each, so 2 minutes and then 10 minutes, 12 minutes per. So it takes me about 12 minutes per. And that's all in, right? Because you only see me turning for, you know, between 5 and 10 minutes or so on each one. But Abby does 8 steps of sanding and then 6 steps of polishing, and then she's got to list them all. So it's one of those things where the idea of having a business is awesome, and I love it too. However, there's a lot of little nuances with something even as simple as craft handles. Like, it's not so much the complexity of what it is that you're doing, but that is a certain way to stand out. However, the reason we started with the one shape is because we had to get traction. And so until that happens, there's not a real reason to do too many other things. And that was one of the hardest things for me personally, is that I am so scatterbrained that, believe it or not, streaming actually keeps me more on track. And that's a part of why I stream. Because I know that there's video proof now of whether I was working or not. kind of funny, but it's also something that I kind of think of as keeping myself accountable. So I'm sure other people have their certain ways to keep themselves accountable, but this is just a way, you know. I'm not here to show you the way to do anything. I'm showing you a way to do something. Maybe even a couple. I don't know. But yeah. And so the way that we finally got to where we are now, it took many iterations of of what it is that that you can see now. And it's sometimes when you start reflecting on kind of where you came from or your origin, where you're like, you know what, I wish I maybe took some more notes, or I captured more stories or things and stuff like that. So if you were opposed to social media, I think if you reframe it in your mind a different way, potentially, it could be like a video, like documentary sort of for your family and the future people, the future generations that you might, as a great grandparent or something, you'll have like the picture that you got from that. And I think of it as like a as a modern scrapbook in some way with video, So I think that's a way to consider what it is. It's like you're showing people what you want them to see of you. And I just try to be as much myself as I can. Can anybody actually explain how big of a number 1 billion is? That's something that I keep. It's now kind of become a joke with Abby. It's like, I can't even imagine, like, I can't wrap my head around how large of a number 1 billion is. Like, what is it? 1,000,000 seconds is like a week or two or something like that. And then 1 billion seconds is like 30 something years. Yeah. So, don't use that one. It's just kind of crazy. This is an asymmetrical one. So I still do the center mark. You can just tell that I favored one side over the other. So this one was a little bit further over than this one is, and that's because of the shape that I'm going to do inside. I needed a little bit more room on that one. But the center part is where the web of your hand is going to be. At least that's the intended landing spot, I suppose. Yeah, I sometimes don't really know what I should be chatting about either, because I do kind of a combination of the pin making and the different tools that are out and stuff like that. So, it's all pretty much workshop related, but the focus is pins. One day, offer value. The other thing I do for blanks that do get skinnier too is I'll do some of the stuff in the middle. I'll do the middle stuff first, and then I'll work my way to the outsides, either end. And the reason is because the blank likes to vibrate if you do it the opposite way, because the bushings are only up to here, so everything else is just resin being held from like there to there. And if it goes too thin, it will cause it to bow. So, usually start in the middle for that very reason. Hey, what's up, Sean? How you doing, man? I think it was a week since my last stream. Too long. But it certainly hasn't been a week since my last turn-ins. I think I finished about 20 pins yesterday, shaping all those. Well, a combination of Monday and yesterday. Yeah, that's what it was. Over 2 days, we did 20 pins. And again, this kind of goes back to sustainability. It's not going to happen. Could I turn 100 pins a day? Maybe. But how long I can do that, you know, is a completely different thing. Not to mention, it's a volume thing too, because you're doing a small batch of something. And the reason you're doing a small batch of something is because timing, right? So timing is another important aspect of things. Hanging out in Montana. Nice, dude. I bet the weather's nice there. Although I will say it's not bad here. It's got some overcast, but it's nice. And let's see, Sean, we talked about the, what was it? We talked about something. Was it the Forever pencils? I think it was the Forever pencils. And you were interested to know how they would go at the DC show. Well, they went all right. A lot of people picked them up and liked them. There was another company there that had like metal ones that were machined and stuff, and their graphite for their writing portion was super duper hard. And so what that means is it pretty much just puts an imprint on the paper rather than leaving a trail of the material that the pencil was made out of. So when you try to erase something like that too, you'll have to, like, I mean, as we know it from sanding, if it's a channel in here like that, and I got to erase it, I got to make the high points all the way down to that low point before I even come in contact where the material was. Yeah, fairly right. Anyway, I digress. But yeah, people came up, and you know, that was actually something I did put time into, the research aspect of it. I looked around, found some videos, and then I also did a little product comparisons of the different type of leads that come with it. And you know, it's not that the lead or graphite is expensive. In fact, it's pretty inexpensive. But it's one of those things that if you don't know what you're looking for, or you just try to force a semicircle into a, or a semi-square into a round hole, it might work. I don't know. But yeah, the Forever pencils went pretty well. They were pretty well received. One thing that people were bummed about is with all the different color variations for all of our fountain pens, they wish that we had some more of the colors for the nib holders, not nib holders, the Forever pencils. So that's cool. I'm happy about that. Supposed to be 100? Ooh, 100 this week. Oh. My goodness. Oh, Sean, how do you wrap your head around the number 1 billion? $1 billion kind of goes hand in hand with one of my favorite words. Unfathomable. It's a fun word to say. Unfathomable. But yeah. Anyway, the reason I even think about that is because there's that times 6 or 8 in the world. 10, 100 million. Oh man, I can't wrap my head around that either. It's so crazy. Yes, they went well, and so did the... Wait, have we chatted since the DC show? I don't remember if you and I have. Because some of those other pins that I've shown on stream were some of the prototypes that I was working on, and when I showed them to some people there at the show, and they seemed pretty interested in that. How about $1 trillion? I mean, if I can't fathom $1 billion, inconceivable. Been in the woods? Well, that sounds nice. I wish I've been in the woods. I've been at a wedding instead. But the woods sound nicer. I know what you mean though. Yeah. So yeah, I got a whole bunch of broken pins from like Waterman and stuff like that. Gold nibs. I had a weird thought about nibs yesterday that I wrote down. Now, I'm going to ask you a couple questions first, just to kind of see if maybe my understanding of them is a little different. But what are your thoughts? Well, why do people get a gold nib? Yeah, we'll start there. Why do you think somebody would want a gold nib for their fountain pen? This could possibly even be an entire discussion. But, yeah. Like, in my mind, people would buy a gold nib because they like the flex in the nib and the smoothness on the paper that it can provide. However, I was writing with my extra fine Pilot pen, and I was thinking, this is an oxymoron. This is literally a contradiction. Because if you have a fine nib, an extra fine nib, wouldn't you want it to write, a little bit more dry than wet? And the reason you would do that is because it would be in a certain notebook that you didn't want it to bleed through. And so that made me think, well, why would I get an extra fine gold nib if that was the case? Because they're known and liked for their flexibility. And so what that does when it flexes more is it lays out more ink, thus negating the purpose of why you got an extra fine in the first place. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah. So, if you wanted like a drier writing pen for a jotting notebook, you would not use gold. You'd probably use like a titanium, or maybe even a needlepoint of some sort. But you certainly wouldn't want to use gold as the material because it's going to be wet because it's flexible. Anyway, that was my realization yesterday. Let's see, we are going to do it. But yes, I agree. You would want the gold because of the flex. And that's why I asked that first, because what's the point of the nib flexing? The point of the nib flexing is to make it a little bit more, have a little bit more rebound for your writing, but also when you press harder, it's going to, go down and leave more ink on the paper, which would make it a bad pen for a jotter. Not like the type of pen that's a jotter, but like a jotting style pen. Anyway, kind of felt dumb. But I'm sure there's a reason I hadn't thought of yet. When it comes to users, that is, not so much the cost. Because, I mean, sure, gold can be a status symbol on a pen. And gold nibs do write very nicely. It's just, you want one that's going to be drier than a pocket pen. At least I would think. Anybody? Anybody got other thoughts on that? Oh, hey Sean, you remember the parallel pin as well? parallel pin, I finally made something for it. I made quite a few somethings for it. Here's a room. In there? Yeah, cool. Where is my other little box? There we are. But yeah, pretty excited about these, man. Check this out. So these are the ones that I finished, you know, not Monday. But these are actually, you know, a similar thing to this, whereas this is the parallel pin connection. So that's the section. No worries, man. See you around. Just finished up the parallel pin stuff, and I was pretty excited about that. Just little things, I guess. He's got to go make some parallel pins. Yeah, I thought the parallel pin was pretty cool. And it's the parallel pin is a pilot pin that comes with a comes with the ink, the 2 inks. They have different sizes, but it really is just 2 pieces of steel that's sandwiched together that ink flows in between, and it makes it a very wide calligraphy style. But yeah, they're very cool. Anyway, there you go. So like that kind of writing, not with the various colors, but with a different kind of writing. It's yeah. Somebody had come in when I first like showed the parallel pin, and was like, "Ooh, you're gonna make some of those?" I finally got around to it. Well, let me be clear. I tried it like immediately so I could figure it out, and then I just didn't make a bunch of them. And in some ways, you know, if you have that specific connection, then you know, you can make them with whatever size cap you want it. Or whatever type of cap too, potentially. You can make a friction fit potentially. But anyway, that was design. I thought it would be pretty cool. Or at least kick it off. It left it as most like the existing pins, just a little longer actually than my other ones, but I make them a lot thinner so they can be postable. I didn't show you that, but they are. There. So this little guy, this is about 4 inches, and this is about maybe 2 inches. But yeah, it posts. And I've been playing around with where I wanted it to post, because I like it posting down here. But I don't want to make the barrel too small, because it already looks quite tapered, but because it is an artistic style pin, I wanted to make it, you know, more of that shape. But then if you wanted to make it, here's a quick little way you can know how to make your pins postable. One, whatever size you drill in here, let's say it's 10 millimeters, you'll add 2. So you have at least 1 millimeter wall thickness all the way around. So when you measure it from side to side, it'll be 10 millimeter and then 12 millimeter in the outermost part. And then this will kind of put you as the guide, because the thread that I used here is about 12.7 millimeters. And so I know that it's going to hit about right here. So you can line it up wherever you want, assuming that you have enough cap, right, to post onto it. So when you do that, you'll know that the part that you want it in contact with is going to be a larger diameter than the inside. And you can see from some of these lines that it's actually hitting right here. There's a line right here. I don't know if you can see that. Sharpie. There's a little line right here that when I post it, that's where it sits on the inside. So it rubbed it right there. I don't know if you can see that, but you can see that it rubbed it anyways. And that's where it sits. So it doesn't interfere with the threads, which is one of the major concerns about making postable pins. So that's how that problem overcame. Overcometh? That's how we overcame it. And then the funny thing about that type of stuff is when you finally get to a solution that will work, you're like, I'm so stupid. Why didn't I think of that before? Well, you were working through all the different other ideas that you had, you know? Anyhow. Alrighty. I'll turn some more, and then I will grab a drink. I like a booze drink, just a regular drink. Maybe energy drink. I don't know. Yeah, wow. I gotta ask, are y'all getting hit with ads during this stream at all? I don't think so, because I turned it to manual. So hopefully that means that it won't happen during the stream. Because that can be very annoying, I know. You can also use your pencil as a reference mark. Yes. A lot. My goodness. I guess that side sharper than the other one. And some of them have been built at the same time. And if you didn't know, that's how I sand those things. Or that's how I sharpen this thing, is I sand them. because I don't want to press that beating tool all the way in, because it'll just take a big chunk out of it and it could warp my blank because of how deep it has to go into towards the center of it. And just avoid going all the way because of that. But it means that I have to spend a little more time refining it. And it's still the weakest point, but trying to maintain both the structural integrity and the shape integrity. You don't want it to break. You want it to be pretty durable in case accidents do happen. We do our best to do right by the person that broke it, however. Anybody watching any of the WoW stuff? Am I the only nerd in here? Alright, I guess that's it. Hey, Gojin, how you doing? I am currently turning some diamond painting pin handles. I've got a lot to do. We have to do 2 batches of diamond painting pins this week, so I think I might just be out here for a long time. But it's also a bummer because the release stuff is happening for the WoW. So, looking forward to that. Play video games sometimes. Anybody seen Fallen in Reverse in concert? We got one concert coming up where we're going to go see Fallen in Reverse this weekend, actually. And then in a couple weeks, we'll be going to Papa Roach. So looking forward to that. That'll be fun. We were supposed to see Fallen in Reverse last year, but I guess the venue that they picked was too small. And they weren't able to do some of the pyro that they wanted to do. I don't know. That's just what I heard. I don't know if it's like true, but I guess the venue wasn't big enough, and that was not good for them. They didn't want that. Oh my goodness, 25. Whew. All right, here we go. Real 25 action. I don't know what that is. Sales in Brazil? Nice. I don't know what you're asking me. It didn't translate. At least over here. I wonder if the software, there's a good software for that. Probably. Just more things to drain the power, take it away from the cameras. I'm pretty sure that is one of my, when I first tried to set up my stream, I was doing 3 cams. And I don't think that my computer had enough power, so I bought like little adapters that are external powered supply that connect to your USB. And so it's a way to get like more juice pushed through and still have the function of it. So that's what I ended up having to do. And still, it didn't want to power 3, but 2 is fine. I think 3 would be too many at this point. Although I do think getting one of those that would pivot around would be cool. I don't know if it would be good or useful, but I think it would be cool. Just have to find out how to implement it. Oh, man, yeah. Man, Abby is cranking. Good grief. Saying that I'm almost as fast as I am turning them. Maybe faster. I don't know. Let's see. Let's throw a couple of the other blanks in there, eh? Do a couple of these. Oh, check these babies out. My goodness, these are bright and beautiful. Just like I like my women. Oh, yes. But there's no lie in there. All right. Yeah. Mix those up. Good, good. Bow. All right. All right. Oh, you know, it's always funny when. So that little reel that I did the other day, or yesterday, yeah, yesterday. Kind of funny because I did it with a metal lathe, and metal lathes are supposed to be like known for being able to thread, but I didn't do it that way. It just cracking me up a little bit. All right. let's clear this space off. It'll only last for like a couple pins, but let's do it anyways, eh? Oh man. Whew. Here we go. Looking good. Looking better. Let's do a different color scheme here. Ooh, yeah, these are bright. Wait a second. Hey, you got these for fountain pens? You got these for fountain pens? $22. Ooh, man, these are going to be so flipping cool. Yeah. We're going to do some of that later today. Make a couple. Hey, cool. What do you want from what? Where do you want the cap barrel sections to be? Ooh, yeah. This is going to be dope. I don't know about you, but I'm thinking like the orange should be the top and the purple would be the bottom.
I want the purpley pink on the bottom.
What?
I want the purpley pink on the bottom and the cap to be the orangey.
Hey, that's what I said too. We agreed. Weird. What's happening? I said it's weird. We agreed. What's happening? What? Okay. You know what's weird? It's separating work life from family stuff. To an extent, it's not possible. There pretty much will always be overlap. But I think because we're opposites, that has kind of lended itself to being able to identify what our strengths are and then be able to stay in the lane that we're doing. That makes sense. So we each have different roles that we perform, and that's just how we keep it, you know, organized and stuff. I'm all the turning and designing and stuff, although I will ask Abby if she has inputs on designs. In fact, the Florida fountain pen that we're going to be making will be her design, so it'll be pretty neat. pretty excited about that. We might end up swapping some diamond painting pins to that. Yeah. Yeah, I'll finish these regulars. I think maybe in the minis. Yeah. That's what we'll do. Okay, this looks pretty dang cool. So I want to point this out right here for resin makers, or blank makers, I mean. The color separation is achieved by pouring it at different temperatures, or at a higher temperature. That's how you get the color separation. Okay. Hey, thanks, Vinny. Oh man, I'm pretty excited about this pin show pin. And a part of me wants to stream it, but the other part of me would rather have it as a video. And if I was to do like a combo, it could work, I suppose. I just think it would be better to, or easier to do it separate like that. Damn. 21. But that's got to be done this week. I think I said that, but yeah, it does. It's a lot of work. It's going to be a lot of work. Yeah, what do you think? Should I stream that or video it? And then I might even do a voiceover anyway, I suppose. I don't know. Mm. Stream it. Yeah. I'll probably find the minimum BP pins that I can do for now, or how much she intends on sanding today. I mean, with this pin too, man, I'm going to be figuring a lot of stuff out kind of as I go, because I haven't worked with some blanks at these different stages. So there'll be some lessons learned, that's for sure. But it's going to look dope. All right. Let's find out real quick. Hey! How many do I need to do? How many do you plan on sanding today? Turn Morty off for a second. How many diamond painting pins are you looking to do today? Okay. And then I can move to the fountain pin? No, the show fountain pin. Yeah. Cool. I'm going to figure out a setup.
We'll later tomorrow sit down and write down for the next week what all's going on.
Yeah.
I need to get it straight in my own head too.
Yeah. Figure it out. We all learn from the experience, yeah? I'm going to stream it, but I'm also going to video it with my phone. That way I can get those clips. And then I'll voice over at the end. I think that's how I'm going to do it. It's inside. That's the one I'm going to use. Well, no, I thought about it. I don't know if I should. Well, the phone's easier to move around. It's a lot lighter and stuff. But it doesn't look as good. But, yeah. I think a phone would be the easiest, though. Yeah. But I got to figure out how I'm going to set that part up. All right. All right, Vinny, I got a question, if you don't mind, sir. What do you think about taking one of these cameras off, like the big camera here? That way I can use that tripod, potentially. Or that, something like that. Like if we had something like this on a stool, that'd be sick. Well, what's close to that? What's kind of like that? Ooh. Oh, I can grab this chair. It'll spin, though. I don't know. I got to figure it out before I begin. Because I've got some chairs that maybe I could clamp to. I'll just get Abby to be my camera woman the whole time. All right. Anywho, that'll be in a little bit. I've got a few more pins to do before that. But we're not actually all that far out. But this project will probably take a little bit. I'll do the last two of these regulars, and then I'll think about the setup. How I'm going to do it. It will be one of the most involved. I might even change the title of the stream to the most involved thing I've made. Or I could even make it more clickbaity too. Be like, I would sell this pin for less than $1,500. Because it's one thing to like have a vision, right? It's the other one to actually be able to bring your vision to life and you know, make everything like happen. So watch as I stumble through this. Or I could just say what it is. Orlando show pin. Oh, hey, how you doing? V. Yeah, this will be one of the more complicated makes I have ever done. I think what I'm going to do is I will do that tomorrow. I'm going to do that tomorrow. That way I could finish writing down some of the other stuff that I have, measurements wise and stuff like that. And it'll give me a little bit of time to clean up from here. With the video. Even if I do it live. You know. Magnum opus, that's what it was. And isn't that like the best work you've ever done? What is the magnum opus? What is that? What does that mean? I thought that's what that was, but I could be wrong. to find magnets. Yeah, okay, I was right. Yes. By the way, getting that spacing right is annoying. It's complicated. But that's why I started on one side and then I go to the other side, because I used to start in the middle and it wouldn't end up right. It would be slightly offset. So that's why I started on the left and then the right. And then I do 6 total. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I do 6 total things for my honeycomb on the regular size pins, that is. But yeah, I've still got some more drafting to do, and I don't have a good way to position the cameras right now to accomplish that here in the workshop, that is. Yes. I think it would just be a marathon of turning diamond painting pins today. And then we'll start. I'll do the diamond painting pin stuff today. That way tomorrow I can do that. And have the ability to do it all day. It shouldn't take all day, but it might. Hey, recent sub. 1 minute learn. That sounds fun. Sounds fun. I'm gonna have to watch a lot of content to find 1 minute of learning something here. I'm long-winded. I don't have to be. I just choose to be. For the sake of being as thorough as I can. No pin today. Whole lot of dot dots today. Pin tomorrow. Oh man, what was funny? What was funny? That I had to stop this 4 times to figure out what it was that I was doing? All right, next one. Next one, I'm gonna sand them. Oh, yeah. Well, I know that there's probably people that come in here that like get little ideas and tidbits and stuff like that. And that's what they do. Some people, they just find little things and they tag the creator, and that's kind of the whole thing, is that they find useful avenues for certain types of things. And so when I see like 5-minute crafts or 1 minute, what was it? 1 minute learn, to me that sounds like 5-minute craft. And so it kind of, to me, sounds like bookmarking, which I don't care. It's just, if you use it, give credit to where credit is, or should be, you know? But yeah, anyway, if they wanted to get like 1 minute learn, it's going to take them a while to comb through the long-winded responses that I give. I sometimes speak a little on the slower side, that's for sure. I think I've talked about that too. Sometimes it's because I'm like concentrating on the particular cut that I'm doing, or I just don't know necessarily the direction I wanted it to take, whatever it was. There's like a lot of different ways to look at one thing. You can take it from like a I don't care approach, or you can take it from a genuinely interested in learning approach, or, you know, there's all kinds of ways, right? Okay. Consolidating some of my explanations into 1 minute just kind of sounded funny. Or summarizing some of my points. I don't know. I like the way I do it, dang it. I don't know. I guess here's another weird way of thinking about it is, if you didn't want to do whatever it was and somebody else was willing to do that thing, wouldn't it be like worth watching the person do that thing? You know? If you were wanting to know how to do, you know, turn a diamond painting pin, you'd watch somebody kind of work through it. And if you're not willing to, I don't know. It's like getting the answers from somebody, you know? And I don't mean that like cheating. I mean it more like, if you don't learn how to learn, then, I mean, it's kind of unfortunate in some ways, but if you don't learn how to learn, you're just going to be doing what everybody else is doing. But yeah, my stream, you know, my streams are long. Shoot. They can be really long. And in my mind, people that answer things more thoroughly, in my mind, they have a better understanding of what it is that they are trying to articulate and be able to explain. At least that's what I think about it. But yeah, it's like if you want to see a math problem solved, you should have to work through it with the person or be a part of it. But that's not what YouTube necessarily is. YouTube's where you go to get just the answer. You're like, I want to know how to do this. Boom, there it is. It's like a video index of how to do anything. Is it kind of the, you know what? It's kind of like the video version of Wikipedia. And then on top of that, you have everybody else's opinion about each topic there too. That's what it seems to me. Anybody else see it that way, or is that just me? Or you don't care at all, which is also okay. Don't worry about that little guy. He's been dropped a few times. He'll survive. Oh, Vinny, have you seen any ads on this screen? Okay, we are able to crank through minis faster, which was nice. Regulars take about the average amount of time. These are faster, and then the larges slow me back down. So, you know, it makes the average that way. All right, cool deal. And do you have like YouTube Prime or anything like that, or are you just your email and then now you got your YouTube? Well, basically your YouTube channel that you watch stuff through. Now, would you not watch if I had ads? Like, would ads be a huge deterrent or not? A part of me hopes that it goes kind of like how Twitch is set up. No premium? Okay. Well, cool. I was just making sure that there wasn't like another circumstance that could have been. You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna take this little guy home. So with this one, I started with the middle mark, and then from there, I use that as an anchor point. Do you need more? I got some. Yeah. But that's good to know. Like, you know, I kind of want to make it to where, I don't know, I like hanging out with people and stuff. I like it, man. I like it. But see, that's the other thing too. Is, you know, I kind of want to, in my mind, the people that are there to watch your lives should be rewarded in some form, right? Like, at least that's where I'm at. I think that people that are here watching me should not have to deal with ads if they're here with me live. However, you know, the replay, that's a different story. And I'll say that, you know, YouTube is obviously not a primary source of income, but you know. And if you're wondering, I have not hit 100 yet, as far as like the partner program stuff goes. It'll pay out once you get to 100. $100, that is. $100, that'll be the first payout. Yeah, I think people are often curious about that too. And I think that's pretty neat that, you know, for you, Vinny, you've been with me for a long time. So if you were kind of thinking about starting your own YouTube, kind of see the trajectory that the minimal effort I put into the setup, and then the mediocre content that I don't go back and edit. So, and I guess it's just one of those things where you kind of see that if you find something other people are interested in, then you just stick to it. Yeah, I think people should be rewarded for being there when it's live. And I mean that, yeah, I don't know. You got any thoughts on that, Vinny? I know you said that, you know, some creators that do that. Do you feel more like the people that do that are the ones that are doing it as a living, and then you just kind of perceive it that way, or is it more of a, I don't know. Have we been so conditioned that ads are just part of it? Like, I know that I'll just wait 5 seconds and then do it, but if you think about it over time, it could add up, and you know, I guess you just got to determine if it's worth going to the YouTube Prime or whatever it is, premium. But I haven't. I'll still skip ads, even if they're a minute long. It is what it is. So I kind of think of it like this: if I was, you know, this kind of goes to the end user thing for the pins that I make, you know. You think about the end user, and for this type of stuff, it is you know, the viewer, and the viewer is the important part of the thing. And then Abby interrupted me. I don't remember where I was going with that, but I did have a point. You hardly remember? Yeah. Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Everybody's conditioned for ads at this point. But I appreciate that at least the ads are relevant sometimes. Unless I get like a maxi pad commercial, and I'm like, well, no, this does not fit what I would be interested in. Yeah. The time. That's the crazy thing about it. It's time. Oh, shoot. How can I get that? Yeah. I guess I will do that another time. But I am going to go sharpen these right quick. But I'll show sharpening them another time because I don't have enough hands. Let me see if I can turn this cam to see my sander over there. Whoop. Hold on. Going for a little bit of a ride. There's my sander. Sorry. This thing keeps, when I rotate it, it likes to loosen. Unfortunately. Okay. So, there's the sander over there. I'll see if I can make this bigger. Let's see. Oh. Nope. Hey, there we go. The sander. So it is the central machinery. It's got the little disc on one, and then it's got the belt on the other, on the top. And the on-off switch. So the way that I sharpen my beading tools is on a belt sander. So what I'm looking at is this here, and you could use a marker if you would like to. But yeah, all you're going to do is kind of see this tip right here. I was wondering how to sharpen these, right? And then didn't quite know how. And so somebody said, well, why don't you just get like a little round diamond tool, a little diamond sharpener, you know, varying sizes of this type of thing. This is the diamond file rounded part, and it does, you know, kind of fit in there. Oh, crap. It fits in there, but very sloppily. Like, it has a lot of lateral movement, so I don't want to use this, you know? And then this definitely has a lot of movement. So I don't actually need to change the geometry that's in there. I just need to sand off the top surface to get this edge sharp again. So that's what I came up with. And hopefully it's good enough. There we go. So I just press it in. Now it's nice and shiny. And I'll do it again. This one. And I'm not taking a lot at all. Basically, I'm just trying to refine the surface there. That one took a lot longer than I wanted that to. But that's okay. All right, let's come back over here. Okay, boom. So, sorry, switch that. There we go. All right, so it's not like hard or complicated. But all I did was just round it that way. You just want to make sure that it's pretty level too. Wow. All right, so niner. All right, cool. We'll get to use one of these. So we're getting more strings, and it's going in easier. So some of these strings, it's not as powdery as it was before, and it goes in a little easier. So the point of it going in a little easier in this particular case is that it makes it so it doesn't heat up as much. Yeah, the carbide cutters, I've seen those. I just have yet to buy them because it's so simple to resharpen those. And with the amount that I need to sharpen them, I don't really worry about it so much. Because you've also seen that it primarily is to get the guide. At least for the larger ones, it's pretty much just to get the guide for where I want to be. Alrighty. Just like the lapping top of the carbide cutter? Yeah, pretty much. Eventually I'll go through all my carbide inserts and sharpen them. But that'll be a long day. And what was the concern about the carbide stuff? Like, everybody's super adamant about, you obviously don't want to dry sand it, you want to wet sand it to keep the dust down and stuff, but I guess I haven't looked too deep into carbide dust. Did I zoom in? I could zoom in, huh? Let's do that. There we go. That's a little better, huh? Yeah, Windex is the fluid? Right on. spit on it. I say that, and I've done it like 1 or 2 times ever. Alright, I got an idea here. Let's find that one. Yeah, here we go. Alright, I'm going to try this on that. Let's try something new, eh? Hey! I'm not Canadian, but... I do like the A's. Hey. Okay. So we're going to do something like this. Something like that. Oh, yeah. Okay. This might end up being bad, but... I was talking to my dad the other day, Monday, and I was talking to him about how awesome it is that we make blanks here. Because if you didn't make blanks here and then you broke something that somebody had already ordered from you, and you had to go find the blank from another person, that blank doesn't exist from anyone else. I was just thinking, wow, that's kind of wild. And that's, I guess, something that I'm kind of spoiled because, well, also planned it, for the record. But yeah, anytime I do like a custom one, I'll make sure that I have 2 of the same blank in case one does break. And that's just one of those things that you can do to kind of not be up the creek. So it's better to have the ability to make 2 of the same one than not enough to make, at least in my opinion it is. Alright, so here we're going to do something a little different. What are we going to do? What are we going to do? I was thinking like a steep taper. Maybe. I don't know. Let's try it. Did I just ruin it? You know what this looks like now? Oh, that's what it looks like. It looks like a nanobot from Baymax. Now, is this going to be comfortable? Is the next question. Baymax is not the movie, by the way. It was Big Hero 6. That was the movie. Where we made the nanobots. That's cool. And how will it... Now from here, I could potentially do a little dip. A little dip right there. But I don't think I'm gonna. At least for this one. This one, steep taper. Yes. I wonder if this would look good on a larger one. Yeah? What do you think? Be a pretty long taper. Eh? Microbots. They're not nanobots?
That one.
Oh. Well, you could have been right. I could have been wrong. I thought they were nanobots. That's kind of cool. It's pretty comfy. It's a micro, though. All right, we're going to do another variation of that one. Except it's going to flare up right at the end. Kind of like a baseball bat. Yeah, that's what we're going to do. Okay, same thing pretty much. Except a little flare. A little razzle dazzle, if you will. And we'll try out the larger of the second size too. To make that grip portion a little smaller. So I think that could lend itself to something comfy as well. Ooh, this baby's cutting nice. You see that? Just flying off. That's what we want to see. Alright, that side looks so much. Wasn't as nice. But still really good. Okay, now we're going to do a taper, but we're going to stop it short. Do that. This will taper. This will come down, and then come back up. Yes. Like that. I'm going to see how this feels. Yeah, just a little guy at the end there. Really chunky in the details here. Oh man, we went to open house for the kids. It just reminded me how close they are to going back to school. And how exciting. And then 1 week from tomorrow, Abby's going to DC, or not DC, she's going to San Francisco. Okay, we're going to take about half. Yep. That. And drop it low, taper up. Low, pop her up. Before I take it off, I want to feel if I need to adjust it. Oh, hey, if you are doing spindle turning and you don't have a reverse, you know what you can do instead? Let me blow your mind. Let me blow your mind. Check this out. I'll get a different blank. Let me feel this one first. Let me finish making this one. Oh, look at that. Oh, it locks right into the web. I love that. This is it. This is the bee's knees, man. Now, I probably could have done with the smaller one. Yeah. We're going to do that again. Except we're going to use the small, or this one, and then the smaller one after that. Yeah. Okay, let me show you the other thing. Check this out. It's so simple. So simple. It'll blow your mind. If you haven't figured it out yet. You ready? I don't think you're ready for this jelly. Okay. All right. You ready for this? Make sure you can see. So here we go. So the lathe spins this way. Right? The lathe spins this way. Whoop. And then the way that my tool's actually cut, if you didn't know, is what it's doing is it's spinning like this, and then it's going into the edge, and it's basically speed shaving it off. So you can see that it just carved that off. Now, amplify that speed by a whole lot, okay? So, people that like to turn stuff in reverse as well, that don't have a switch, so let me turn it way low. So we're spinning this way. Now I can spin it the opposite way. Right, so now we'll put it forward again. So we're spinning towards us again. See? Down. Watch this. Ready? You flip it. You flip it 180. And now, where is it going? It's backwards, right? Now it's spinning backwards from where it was. You're welcome. I don't know why it took me so long to actually realize that, but here you go. Probably because I never needed to, but that's how you can do that. You just flip it 180 from where it was if you're trying to sand it in reverse and you don't have a reverse. Just flip it 180. Yes. Boom. If you didn't know that, and you learned something, give me a solid and hit that thumbs up. I'd really appreciate it. I know there's a lot of people out there. A lot of people out there that probably didn't know that. So in the future, if you do happen to see this later on, you're welcome. All right. I was going to do that other thing. I'm going to try that shape again on this size with the smaller. Okay, here we go. I'll come in with this. Nice and crispy. This one. Gonna get close. Come on now. That was good. That was a good tip, right? Anybody else know that? It's alright if you did. Call me an idiot, I guess. You just never learned that, John? You moron? Yes. Yes, I did. Because I don't sand in reverse anyways, but I thought about it from So here's my train of thought how I got to that point, by the way. I was thinking about how I was going to set up the stream in a future place, and how I wanted stuff to be like laid out in the workshop. And I want my my lathe to be facing like this. It would be nice if my lathe was right here, right? That way I'm staring at you, staring at my work, and you see me like doing this. And then you can kind of have the overhead. So I'm thinking about trying that type of thing, but it was, if I hop to the other side of the lathe or anything like that, which way would it spin? And then that's kind of how I got to that point. So, i.e., let's think about that. Just want to try to move what I was thinking about you. You're asking yourself, me? Yes, me. Now people feel really good in the left. Or was it creepy? Was that creepy? I don't know. I don't know. Oh, Bob from RJB, he did that? I've met him before. I used to watch his videos too. But I didn't see him do that. Well, anyways, thanks, Bob. Great tip. See, you gotta give that credit where credit's due, you know? And it's not until you need something. This is a prime example of that. Until you need something, don't worry about it. Like a tool, there's a certain tool or whatever, and you haven't justified the cost or whatever. Is what you have doing the trick? And is it worth that much or whatever? I don't know. Would it be worth upgrading a lathe, or? I don't think the reverse is the deal breaker for me personally, but this is a weird shape, huh? Let's see how it feels. I don't know. I don't know how well that would be received. Feels comfy. Maybe not as comfy. I have another shape that's like that. 36 is kind of like that. 38, 22, 23. Yeah, I think I'd do more like a 23. All right. Oh, Did you see some of his recent stuff? His videos? I watched his leather, kangaroo leather one. And then I watched another one. I don't remember what it was off the top of my head. But yeah, he's been doing some stuff too. It's pretty cool. Pretty dang cool. But yeah, when I when I figured that out, I was like, oh, that's a hack that I'll never need. As with, let's be honest, most hacks that you see, you'll most likely never see or need. However, I do think that when you watch more hacks, it can kind of stimulate a connection between what you're trying to do and what you need to do. And so in particular, what you could do with the reverse is if you had bigger glitter chunks, some of them like to stick out like flags if they're not cut off, and then you sand them down, but they still kind of stand up like little flags. And so you'll want to spin it the other way, and that'll help make it gone. Yeah, so kind of neat. But that would be the application, or one of the ways you could apply that. And it won't work for bowls unless you can reverse chuck it, which you'd need the chuck over here, and it would also need to be on a live center. So that could work. Yeah, it could work. And they do make those. Don't they make live center chucks for tailstocks? I think they do. Like a 4-jaw chuck with like a Morse taper 2 right here, or not a Morse taper 2, a 1 by 1.8. Or what is the thread count on that? Goodness. Yeah, it's by 8. So these are thread chasers. They're used to basically fix threads that may have gotten messed up, like mine. So nice big threads, but I had to file them because when I first got the lathe, you might have heard this story already, but there was a grub screw on it that I didn't remove before trying to unscrew the faceplate. And so my gorilla hands and maximum horsepower right here with my torque, I chewed up these threads. So these 2.5 threads, very first day, boom. Nice, nice. But I suppose that would be a way that you could do something that was, if it was being held for the most part of the turning on the headstock, and you get to the sanding portion that you want to go in reverse, that could be a simple fix to that. That way you wouldn't necessarily have to either buy another lathe or spin it by hand or whatever else is out there that people do. But that is cool. RJB has been around for a long time. I've got some of his Spectraply blanks. I haven't decided what exactly I was going to do with it, but obviously it's got to end up being a gift going back to him. All right. Let's try it on this shape. No, we'll just try it here. So now we got a little less than, maybe an inch or so for the grip right here. And I'm going to go ahead and do the larger of the two that I'm going to do here. Yep. So that is approximately here. And this is just another iteration of what I was already trying to do. I don't think I'll be able to. I think I'm going to have to do an hourglass. Is what I think of this shape as. I'm going to do an hourglass shape here for the grip portion. Hey Vinny, do you already make bespoke fountain pens? You do, right? Talking to somebody else who was talking about the taps and dies and how expensive they were, and I said, don't worry about those right now. Just see if it's something that you want to do. Because if you wanted, we could have it set up to where we use a 1/2 inch and 3/8. So it's not that hard. But what you really want to do is iron out the steps. And because you want to iron out the steps, you don't want to really put those miles, so to speak, on your threads on a $350 tap and die set. So learning wise, I'd say that it's better to learn with a 1/2 inch and 3/8 inch for the section and fill tap combo. It won't look as pretty, to be honest. However, those taps and dies are so much cheaper, and it will serve the purpose until you get more comfortable with the shape and profile and sequencing. Because I still change up my sequencing sometimes depending on what state the blank was in when they start. Sometimes I'll start as a square and then I'll turn it around and then I'll go from there, or I'll just leave it as a square and then have to turn it around later. So, you know, it's one of those things where the sequencing, once you kind of start understanding the different rules that you're kind of needing to operate inside of, it makes it simpler. And see, it's interesting that you say that, because you can even be cheaper than that if you wanted to, because you could just make whatever. So once I learned the different components, then I was excited to apply it to all different types of ink refills. So if you were trying to make the Joe 06 fountain pen, yeah, you do need the Joe tap. However, you don't necessarily need a tap at all if you're just going to do a friction fit, or if you're going to do a like a glue-in type of fit, which is also something you could do. It doesn't really lend itself to much, but that's what some older pen makers used to do as well, like a long time ago wise. They used to have a friction fit on their feeds, or on their housing and feeds, stuff like that. So there's also really cheap ones that you can get if you just type in nibs into Amazon. Well, let's see what comes up actually. If you type like replacement nibs or something, let's go to Amazon.com, and then you type in fountain pen nib. There you go. That's pretty cool. Oh, here we go. We got a Hongbian fountain pen. There's a 3 set right there that's $10, and it's got the threaded. There's a Monteverde Joe 6 stainless steel. That's $17. Yeah, if you do that, then you can start working your way through different things. That way, once you learn how to learn, you know, you got to know. You have to understand the different limitations that you have, and then be willing to work on those to increase the amount of things that you're capable of, or you will need to do something that's a little simpler in some cases. But yeah, the rollerball, without anything special, yeah. I'd go with a ballpoint. Honestly, a ballpoint instead of a rollerball. Rollerball, from what I have found, I made a rollerball. This is one of my prototypes, and it was a rollerball pen, and it fits in this little back part here. Whoop. So that fits in there. Let me switch this back. There we go. What kind of ink was it? I think it was. What was the refill? There are some where. Visconti. I believe that was a Visconti refill in this one. There's a poster. Maybe? Definitely not. Oh, is that in there? Almost. Never mind. Anyway, all right. Whatever. It's in here, or it's not in here, but this is what it was. And so my problem when I made it is that when I had a rollerball and it was in here, so rollerball works by pushing the ball back into its little cavity and then rolling inside of the tip there. And so when you have something like this and you put it on, it creates a little bit of pressure on the inside that pushed it down. And then that's what caused it to leak, actually. So put pressure on it downward, and then if it turned over, it would leak, because those types of pins should not be like sealed capped, where it can create a vacuum in it or a pressure difference in it. That's what can mess that up. Holy guacamole! But yeah, there's a lot of really cool things that you can do. Now, on the other hand, I have also had success with doing the rollerball. I was doing the converter style rollerball. If you haven't seen that, kind of like this. This is the converter rollerball here. So it has a little hole for the converter, but it's just the pin itself. I was going to work on this little project here for a bit, but you know, I got other stuff to do. So it's one of those things that will just be in my view. I will see it, and eventually I will get to that. But yeah, if you were interested in those, you could buy that. I'm pretty sure from Beaufort for sure. I don't know about Turner's. They might have them. I think they're just the Schmidt, and then it uses a Joe 5 tap. But you can't use the same from, well, I haven't been able, I have a design that I'm working on that will make it so you can use the Joe 05 as well as the rollerball. But I don't know if people would ever actually change that. I can't imagine that being the case, honestly. So it's probably just best to leave it alone. Unless I just wanted to see if I could. Which, you know me. Let's see. Hey, Vinny, did you get any of the answers that you were looking for when it came to the stabilized wood for a section? I still have that pin over here that I made. And the barrel. Yeah. The barrel cracked. But it worked. There's a little hair crack right in there. That is so thick. There's some WD-40 on there. That's what. Don't put WD-40 on it. Ah, gotcha. And you also said that you had ordered that African blackwood. Did you get it? And have you played around with it yet? The carbide is finally at the point where it's not super sharp. I don't know if you can tell the difference, but I can feel the difference. It's not as grabby. Like it doesn't try to dig as hard. Stabilize the piece right on. Yeah. You stabilize the African black? Dang. I wonder if any resin got in there because the fibers are very packed. I wonder what the volume change was in your vacuum chamber. Do you measure that? Sidetracked with some family stuff. Had some orders? Dang, man, look at you. How can I see your website? Or where can I buy your stuff? A little bit of weight difference is minimal. Yeah, I bet. That wood's solid. It's one of the harder woods that I am aware of, at least. The scale of wood hardness is called the Jinka scale, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, Janka. indicating its high level of hardness. Yep. The hardness of African blackwood is 3,670 pounds, indicating high levels of hardness. Now, I don't know what that weight is actually like based off of, though. Like, do they put it under a press, vertical, or what? I don't know how they get that. I suppose that would be something I could make a video on later if I really, really wanted to. Ooh, almost threw him off the table. But yeah, as for that thing, that wooden pen, I think at this point what I would end up doing is cutting the section off, or not the section, the tenon off, and then making a different diameter hole in the first part of it, and then basically giving it a resin tenon, or an ebonite tenon, I suppose. Excuse me. And then it would also kind of add an accent band to it. There's something else over here that I don't think that is showing that. Then I go and do weird stuff like moving it around. Then I don't know where it ends up. Negativo. There's another box in there. Good grief. There's so many boxes here. Why? Why? There you go. Nope. No, here. Nope. A lot of drill bits in there, though, so I have to keep that in mind when I'm looking for drill bits later on. It'll be in that box. I even did a copper accent band on this cat, dang it. Where'd it go? Inside. Whatever. That's the spirit, right? It'll show itself again, and then I'll be like, ooh, I want to do that, and then I'll get sidetracked. And, you know. I'll also say that looking around is kind of a filler sometimes. It lets me move around, by the way. Because I do stand here for a very long time. So moving around it helps. Yeah. But what I did for that was I drilled out a washer to be a little bit larger diameter, and then I used that as an accent band, but I haven't like shaped it completely yet. Just mostly. Because yeah, what do you use for an accent band? You use anything. But I think I've come to the conclusion that washers is not how I want to do it. I would probably, I'm thinking more of a tube that has a thicker wall. That way I could drill it and then tap it with an old tap. Because once it's on, I don't need it to move anymore. So the threading doesn't need to be beautiful. It just needs to go on and hold on to the tenon of the other piece. So okay. What's that supposed to be? Ah, there we go. Now, I used it yesterday on my little reel. It's somewhere down here, I guess. It's not right. It's just a little stick. Orange in color. All right, fine. I did find the top that I was talking about, though. So that's what that looks like. And this is a copper washer again that I drilled out, but boom. So there's the washer that I used, and it started messing up. Oh, that's right. I glued it in place because it got really thin up here. So I kind of melted part of this down here by heating up the copper, unfortunately. So lesson learned there is you got to be careful if you have thinner material, because the copper's going to heat up a whole lot and it'll melt the resin around it, which, you know, I'm not surprised, right? I'm not surprised. It's just I didn't know at what point it would want to be doing that. So
A little bit right there. Look back at the logbook. Typical blank will increase the weight by 30%.
the black book was 9, so a lot less. Yeah, I believe that. That's interesting, huh? See, I didn't know that, right? I didn't know that information. I just kind of figured, based off of what I know the stabilizing does. And once you know that, then you can kind of put pieces together and anticipate what kind of outcome that you're going to get with that. But thanks for looking that up. That's pretty cool. Do you have a moisture meter? If so, what is the stabilized moisture content, or if there is one? Yeah, just trying to give yourself the best. Yeah, I hear you. If you had a split one, a split die collar, then you can kind of start it with a little bit more opened, and then you do a passer like that, and then you do it again as you close it a little bit more and more every time, until you get to where it's where you want it to be. Ah, gotcha. And no worries. I wouldn't say it would be worth doing anyway. Like, the only reason I even use a moisture meter ever is just to show the moisture content of a piece of wood that I'm about to do or make into something. So. Yeah, that's probably the best way to go about doing that anyways. Now for stabilizing, do you bake it first to try and minimize the amount of moisture that's in there, or would that run the risk of cracking, or? I don't know. Because I would think that, you know, it would actually make it drier, but I don't know if it would be necessary. Ah, gotcha.
Weigh it, and glaze it, and then we'll weight loss.
Gotcha, gotcha. But yeah, I'm not a stabilizer, so not my thing. Ah, interesting. Do you have like a vacuum sealer or just a vac container, like a box that sucks all the air out? Yeah, yeah, I couldn't tell you one way or the other. I have not quite seen that process, you know, but it's also one that I haven't looked into. There's wonderful people like you that do it, and anytime I would need a stabilized piece, I'd just be like, hey, can I get some of that? You know what I really want wood-wise that is hard to find, but I don't know if it actually exists either, so that could be the other thing. But you would think it would. Anyway, I was looking for red cedar burl. Lawrence, what's up, dude? You're not that late. Just about 4.5 hours. I'm just kidding, man. How you doing? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen it either. But yeah, like, cedar burls. Okay. Yellow cedar. Nope, we want red. Olive wood. Nope. See, that's what I'm saying. There's yellow cedar that I've seen. Anyway, if you happen to come across some of that, let me know. Oh, there's a cedar burl toothpick holder. Oh. Okay, I'm gonna leave this one up. I found something that might be good. Let's see. Ooh. Copy. Boom. Boom. The search. Hey, you're right. In Gilmer Wood Company. Oh my goodness, those are beauties. Gilmore Wood Company is where I found this. Okay, dope. I still think my point remains. That is the only one that I have seen. I haven't seen it other than that. It was always the yellow that I saw. But now I really want it. But, you know, out east, where I live, we have a lot of cedar trees. And one of the problems with the cedar trees is that they don't grow as tall, as fast as some of the trees around them. And so what ends up happening is that they die because they can't get the sun when the canopy is over top, and the cedar tree doesn't grow as fast as the other ones. It just is a perpetuating problem until the cedar tree dies. But if you know about cedar, it lasts like a long, long time. It'll lose its red color over time. However, the wood itself can be a little chippy too, actually. But I've made some wooden bowls out of it. I was determined to get decent at turning cedar, so that's what I ended up doing. Ben, what's up, dude? You haven't missed any lives. I went live like last Wednesday. So, you haven't missed much of anything, man. But it's good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Saw your bowl video. I'm not going to turn a bowl, but I watched your video nonetheless. Because you're the man. The bowl making Viking. What do you think? Bowl making Viking. But yeah, thanks, Vinny. That's dope. I'm probably gonna place an order a little later today. I'll let them know that you sent me. And the other interesting thing is that it's from North Carolina, so there's a good chance that I would be in driving distance to actually go see it in person potentially. So that's the other reason I bookmarked it, so I can look at it closer later. Let's see. Hey, Ben, have you watched it? You've been watching the Gamescom? Or Gamescom? Not a convention. Vinny. They'd be like, oh man, Vinny sent you? Oh, dang. You didn't tell me you were sending the wolf. You know the movie reference? Oh, dang. I didn't know you were sending the wolf. Hey, no worries, Ben. It's good seeing you, man. I hope you and your family are doing well. Our family is. Last weekend there was a wedding, and that's why I didn't stream very much last week. There were some rehearsals and all that jazz. And yeah, hope your family's doing well, and I'll see you around. And I don't know if you're still there, but I'll go ahead and throw it out there as far as if you're trying to do like the scheduling portion of having that Zoom thing, have to do that closer to the end of the year for me. August? Maybe September. Yeah. Like after September. So that is, yeah. Let's see. Oh, no worries, man. Hop off. I get it. I've been a little, for some reason I was a little sluggish. I don't know. Changing of the weather, I think, sometimes messes with me too. But it's just like the upcoming games and stuff that are like in development, and in particular where we're looking at Blizzard games, because we like World of Warcraft. World of Warcraft. What? Jousting and missed the hole. Alright. Okay. Fine. Heck yeah, Vinny. Thanks for finding that. I feel a little silly for not finding it before, but I haven't looked in a little while, so there is that too. But when I was looking for it, I couldn't find it. And then Vinny's like, boom, there it is. Come on, John, you can do better than this. But yeah, I'll see you around, man. Thanks for hanging. Still working on that joint venture. I've been talking to other content creators about that there, and they're on board. Definitely be one definitely be a contributor. Oh, thanks. Thanks, man. What you gonna have me teaching? Should I prepare a PowerPoint? I made PowerPoints before. I used to be an educator. Oh man. You really know how to make a guy blush, Ben. Really complimenting the work and But I'll see you around, man. Have a brew for me. I'm not too far behind you. I guess one of these days I'll have to wake up early on a Sunday. Take care. Mm. Howdy, folks. All right. Thank you, Lawrence. Make some awesome things. Thanks, man. I do my best. I kind of mentioned it before, earlier in the stream, but been chalk talking. A way to say it, I suppose. Chalk talking the Orlando Chopin. I'll probably stream it. I'm thinking about streaming it tomorrow. That'll be what I'm trying to create some space right now in order to do that. But yeah, this might be my next magnum opus. Yeah. Somebody asked that question in one of my other streams. It's the magnum opus thing that I made, and it's usually around this time where I've made my previous ones. So, you know, it's just a little bit better every time is the main goal. But yeah, we were talking about the different parameters and the different materials that we want to incorporate. So I think that'll be pretty interesting to watch. Oops, sorry, I hit the mic. Pretty interesting to watch, and I'll probably record little clips of video too while I'm at it. So I haven't quite figured out how I'm going to do that, easily at least. I'm going to have to come up with an easy stand to be able to move the camera all over the place with minimal interruptions and adjusting. That's kind of the parameters I'm thinking about right now. But I'll record it with my phone, and then obviously I'll have a screen where I can supplement if I want or need to. Yeah. Kind of makes me think too. Yesterday with me, I finished up a lot of pens. There we go. This isn't all of them, but these are. I made these the other day, and these are for parallel pens, or a parallel section from a Pilot, which is pretty cool. The blanks look great too, super vibrant colors. And then these are the other ones that, so this week's blanks for the diamond painting is these, and that's what I made these front ones out of, that blank. They'll shine up nicely. And then these are the other ones Abby wanted to be ready to take to San Francisco. So these are all ready. And then back here, we've got, these are all customs that'll be going out to the client once we're done with them. But yeah, those are the ones that I finished up this week so far. I did like 7 different stratifieds as well. Let's see, where's the next pin show? The next pin show will be in San Francisco, and Abby will be going solo. Yep, Abby will be going solo. Giovanni, how you doing? But yeah, it is in 1 week from tomorrow is when that pin show is. The Orlando pin that we got to finish up, or start. I say start, but you know, I've kind of developed the blueprints of it so far, and we've got all the pieces and material picked out. So it's not like starting from zero, but it is, you know, just blanks at this point. So that'll need to be done this week, so pictures can be done and sent over before the show actually happens. What's up? I did. I showed it and forgot where it came from.
Went crazy and it like teleported.
Yeah, I could have left it at that, but I didn't. For your sake. Oh yeah, brother. Oh. Okay. Bum, bum. Oh, these are cool, man. These are cool. I have to make a fountain pen out of these. Tommy, how you doing, Tommy? These look nice.
These are so cool. Get a sneak peek of what it will look like finished, huh? Whoop. This is just mineral oil.
And it doesn't last, but it'll make it shine nicely. Kind of creates a little bit more of a reflective surface. Yeah.
It'll be that shiny too once we're all done.
But it'll also feel smooth, which is, you know, arguably more important. Okay. Also, these noodles love to stick on microfiber, so I suggest keeping them separated unless you want to spend a lot of time trying to pick that off. Well, we're cruising. I have to make this like a candy corn. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make this one like a candy corn. Alright, now we just got to think about how we're going to do the middle here. What are you thinking? Oh, I love it. Looks like a candy corn. Okay, what if we did the opposite of this? Okay, so this was like that. We had to do it that way. Sweet. Yeesh. Shit. That looks interesting. Oh, let me fix this second. Yeah, what do we think about that? Candy corn? A little bit? Little candy corn vibes? At least on that side. Just need a little... willing to bet that if there was a complaint, it would be about people's grip sliding. Yeah. So I guess. bum. Alfredo. How you doing? Bum, bum. Ah.
For her.
Her.
She might not have her phone. I'll be smarter.
No. Her. I mean, I could go get it myself. Thank you.
Are you just ready for dinner?
Yeah. We'll finish this one. Oh, make sure you're staying hydrated out there. Like. All right, we're going to modify this number uno here. Yep. We're going to do it a 4 bump with the round ends. Go. This is the last one for today, folks. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Tomorrow, I'll go ahead and start telling you a little bit about tomorrow. Getting an earlier start, that's for sure, and I'm going to be working on a Florida fountain pen that's going to be a variety of materials that is going to go all together. And the intent with this is to participate in a challenge, a maker's challenge, that happens at the Florida Pen Show. And the goal is to raise as much money per pen. And so there's a little bit of that, and then there's a little bit of, determining who has the, well, I have to look back at the criteria specifically, but it has certain parameters already, and so go ahead and prepare those notes too for when I'm doing the kind of the intro to all the stuff that I'll be using. But yeah, that's going to be tomorrow. It's going to have a variety of things. So if you were interested in like accent rings or accent bands and how they're done or how I do them and stuff like that, it could be my next magnum opus. It's something that somebody had asked in the past. They're like, what is the best pen that you've made? And what really happens is it's the best one that I made until I do it again come around now time, because I do want to make the best, most unique one that can stand out. But with 5.5 inches of material, you're like total, right? So the pen is only 5.5 inches, so you're trying to integrate tastefully all the different components that kind of reflect the theme that you're going for as well. So I'm pretty excited to show what that's going to end up looking like tomorrow. I'm just going to work on some of the measurements, but I do have most everything planned out in sequencing and stuff. It looks like a candy corn. Yeah, I had to try that out because it was a candy corn. I had to make one. Anyway, so if that's something that interests you, it won't be like a tutorial or anything. You're going to watch me like go through it and everything. So I will have somewhat of a plan moving through it, but I won't have everything completely ironed out because I'll be doing some things that I have not done very many times. So that's kind of one of the things too, is I use this as an opportunity to like enhance different skills and stuff like that, to where I'm able to implement some of the new ideas that I've been able to accomplish to the next thing, and then just apply it to that tastefully. So yes, that will be tomorrow. Be a variety of materials that you might not have even heard of. So that'll be pretty fun. Anywho, that is it for today's stream. I really appreciate you all hanging out, and if you're heading out now, please hit that like button on your way out. It would mean a lot to me, and we'll see you next time. Have a good day.